Do, 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 do. Mhm. Okie dokie. Do one. Okay, so I think yeah, that's probably it right there. There's a memory leak, but should be fine. Maybe not. I think it's like on destroy or something like that. On disable. No, not enable. Fucking hell. You gotta be kidding me. On disable? I think it's disable, right? No. On destroy. We're gonna go with on destroy. We want to not do this. Where was I doing the input? Oh. Fuck. Not working. It was a fucking input readers here, which is a scriptable object. Scriptable object on destroy. Oh, okay. We just so on enable uh private void on disable. Absolutely not working. But that could be this. This is, I think, what's actually causing the problem. I'm starting to not feel great. I think I'm actually going to move this out of test into a new project. What's up, Fox? I know that I'm doing a lot of new projects right now. I think we're at a point where I can safely like actually actually no, we're gonna do we're gonna do vehicle. Do create project, and then we can move everything over. And not have this push mesh data system thing. Which I'm not sure how that got out of sync, but it did. Oh, that's fine. But I think it's getting in the way of things. But I'm not sure what it's getting in the way of. The idea is to build these systems and then bring them into the Truck-kun project proper and then go from there. Did it open? It did open. Okay, beautiful. Create new folder. We want the namespace to be Truck-kun. Apply. I might actually entirely recreate the Truck-kun project and migrate things over. I've got to say, Unity. It's one thing I do kind of like about Unity is that it is substantially easier to move things between projects. It is one of the things that I think that Unity is doing right is that it's so easy to move things. Although it's pretty like it's pretty easy to move things between Unreal projects, to be honest. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come into here and we're gonna start transferring code over. Do, 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 do. And it's really only two things. We've got this here, which we're gonna add a Unity script, and it's gonna be a scriptable object, and it's gonna be input new Unity script object input reader. I don't understand this order thing, so we're just gonna not worry about it. Input reader. Input system action dot player actions, and then input system actions dot UI actions, and then we need to make sure that we actually create the correct things here, which are just like the e-break and stuff like that. So we just add action. This would be e-break, add action, gas, add action, break. I did end up breaking these out into different parts because it ended up being the right. I think it ended up being the right thing to do. Space. Add binding. E-brake will stay button. Yeah. And then brake, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add in the invert. That way it always is nice and okay, so trigger to do left shoulder, gamepad. Here we go. So do put actions, game system. Here we go. I think I might actually do this using the events themselves rather than um, something else. Or sorry, and rather than the functions. I was thinking about it, and I'm fairly certain this is how like Unreal system works. Is entirely based off of events, and I was doing it based off of event. Specifically, I was doing it based off of events earlier, anyways. So I wasn't. I'm just like, I think that's just the way to go. To do on E brake. Yep. To do on gas. Right, I don't have a brake event. I think it's on lock. Oh, context vector 2. There we go. It's either look or move. Let me go double check which one it is. I think that it was actually move. Yeah, left stick move. Then all we have to do is copy and paste the Truck-kun stuff for the vehicle. Add folder. So if I go like this, that's what I thought. Then I open back up this. No, this isn't the right one. Where is the right one? What? Did I already open it? Oh yeah, here.
Will be moving for a longer time. The force value minimum speed. Now, under car status check region, create a function, calculate car velocity.
Fuck. I haven't watched too much YouTube on this. So we can do this. Come back to this guy.
The button events will be a little bit different because we depend on what the phase is a little bit more. So in the jump event, we want to send the trigger on the performed phase, and then we want to send the jump canceled event on the canceled phase. So these will just be simple if statements to handle that. And this phase variable is just an input action phase, which is just an enum. So we can check whether it's a zoom event. And I'm going to go into my scripts folder and then create two.
That's what it was. This one here. Input dot window steering. Gas event. Handle gas. And I think these just take in a float, right?
The first thing that we need here is moving in is. We'll also set up some functions to subscribe to the events that are going on in the input reader. So we.
Give me 1 sec. I'm going to make sure that I get this put into the channel. First message of the day. Sorry, second message of the day. What?
Get notified with the proper information when the inputs are pressed. And then in these input handlers, the functions are very simple because we're getting exactly the information that we need. When we want to handle movement input, all we're getting is a vector 2 with the direction.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So this takes in a float gas. This takes in a float brake value. And this takes in a bool e-brake. Um, there we go. Right, and then vector 2. There we go. Now this should work. Unfortunately, we don't have a car in the game yet. New an empty object, vehicle body. Here. Ugh. Oh, that's readme. That's why. I want that. There we go. I have to look up scriptable objects at some point. Vehicle body. It's going to take a mesh render mesh filter. rigid body and mesh collider. There we go. This will be 8,000. 25, 110, that's fine. Here, 3,000, 1, 0.5, 4,000, 0.33. That's not correct, but that's also kind of fine. Okay, then we've got center of mass. And another 3D empty object. That's acceleration point. Then we have wheels. Can I paste? No. Can I just do this? No. Damn. Ah, damn it. Okay, and then we do create empty. This would be front left. Front right. Yeah. Rear left. Rear right. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so what are we gonna do? Other than make our environment real quick here, prefabs, and create object, 3D object, cube. Create a parent, empty parent. Round. Uh, 250. 1. 250. No, sorry. Fuck. 500. Minus 250. Yeah. Wall. Did I forget a wall? Oh, right. This one needs to be minus. See if it works. It should work. Huh? It's not doing the thing. Oh, right. I'm missing the center of mass. And acceleration point. And I think that's about it. It's gonna be. This is about to be very wrong, but yeah, there we go. I grabbed the wrong part. That's why. Sup, Chrono? What's the problem here? Index was outside of bounds. Oh, right. I don't have the wheels. That's why. Sorry, I figured I'd clean this up a little bit, and just make a fresh project and just move it over since we're not that far, and it would probably make sense. And then we can move that over into the Truck-kun project after we clean up the Truck-kun project. There we go. You having a good morning so far? Okay, I've definitely got something wrong. Did I get my center of mass off? Center of yeah, center of mass is correct. Acceleration point, same. Vehicle bodies all the same. Oh, wait. That's the same. Front left is the same. Front right is the same. Rear left, same. Rear right, same. So where's our problem here? That's the same so far. The values here are the same. Did I get something here wrong? No, these are the same. Well, that's interesting. This one works. This one does not force up. Not till it's way too late. Is there something weird going on with the collisions here? No. Okay. Huh? Okay, let's maybe I typoed something. Paste. Rest length of 1, copy. Paste. Spring travel, copy. Paste. Amper. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Everything should be the same. Like, I don't get it. But is it like it's something in the suspension maybe? Suspension index I. How was your sleep, Chrono? Did not hear. Oh, how is your sleep? Oh, it's okay, I guess it's better than bad. It's going that it's better than this truck's suspension right now. It's so weird. Is it adding force when it goes upside down? No, it doesn't look like it because it like rolls back around, right? And it should only be adding force when oops. It should only be adding force when the truck is when we have red. Yeah, when we have red, it should add force. And when it doesn't, when we don't have red, it shouldn't be adding any force. Well, it's not completely flat on the top, right? Like it's a bit curved. That's why it's rolling. And the center of mass is more towards us, right? But it does roll a lot. But it's weird because like I've copied the code over from from like the code is I for the suspension is identical to this code, right? These two have the same suspension code. They're set up the same and everything like that. But this one works and the other one doesn't. Like this one works perfect. But then when I copy it over to the other one, it doesn't work. Like this was just literally copy paste. I could understand if I was getting warnings. Well, I've got some warnings because I'm logging a warning, so you know, because yeah, are the rays position? Are the rays position? Yeah. I copied that over too because they're using the wheel, right? The wheels. So if I come back up to here, we can see the axle points, right? And then I made sure to copy these over, so that's front left. Here we can see is the same, right? I went through and made sure these were all the same. So this is front left on this one that's working and this front left on the one that's not working. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. I'm just like, the fuck is going on? I did almost forget to do the ground, but this is now set to ground, which is the same as what this is set to. Right? Ground, ground. Okay. Then if I go back to here, I'm looking for ground for drivable layer. Like, huh? Right? And it does kind of appear like if we didn't have any force being applied at all. Wait a second. Those were green the entire time, weren't they? Yeah, those never turned red. Okay. Why did those never turn red? They should have turned red. Well, how did that bounce up? Because like, okay, so if I click on this and I click here and I hit play, it just hits the ground. It does nothing. There's no bounce or anything. There, that's what we're expecting. There's I think I know what the problem is. I don't actually know if it's this. It does help if I enable it though. No, it's not that. I'm going to yeah, no, so I'm never seeing a hit. Suspension index hit. I think we see one hit of the back wheels and that's it. Hmm. Is it possible that this is a domain thing? Like maybe the domain didn't reload? Now look at that. We never trigger a hit. But then where's this pressure coming from? That's only needed for a static variable? Oh, okay. You know what? I wonder if this is it. Watch it be that. No, it's not. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, so what if I do this? It's fine. So we're calling suspension. The rays never hit. Something's wrong. Like something's horribly wrong here. So I'm going to put this back down to 3,000. Oh, sorry. No, this dampener stays at 4,000. This then needs to drop down to 30,000. Rust length is 1, 2. Like there's definitely something because like I don't it doesn't hit the ground at all. No, it does. Okay. Goes right down and then it pops up. Okay, let's try this again. We're gonna come over to here. We're gonna copy. We're gonna copy all of this and just dump it in. It's going to be a literal 1-to-1 here. Just literal 1-to-1. No difference whatsoever. Does mean that I have to put some stuff back. There we go. No difference. It's 1-to-1. I do have to put these back, though. That's fine. Okay, there we go. What the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, the rigid body gets set at runtime. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, okay. So something is that this is weird, right? Like I'm not crazy, right? A Ron 1206. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Um, everything's broken, and I don't know why. Damn, you've been in 4 different new streams today? That's a lot. My vehicle doesn't my vehicle suspension doesn't work, and I don't know why. It works here though. Helps me code. It's always a fun. I feel you on that. Um, so yeah, this is fun. This one works for the suspension, but the controller doesn't work, and this has errors in it. In the editor around something I think that's unrelated to that, but it's also like a test project, so it doesn't matter, right? But I wanted to move this into like a more proper project, and now the suspension just doesn't function at all. But we're doing the same thing. Literally copy pasted the code, double checked all the values on the player vehicle. They're identical, right? I copied and pasted them, made sure they are super identical, and we're still not. But the for some reason we are getting weirdness in here. Okay, so front right, yeah. Ground's the same. We have the ground chat layer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm like legitimately actually stumped right now. The only thing I can think of is maybe like, what if I made the suspension just like a little bit longer? Maybe like it's colliding with something that I'm not thinking of or sorry, it's not colliding with anything actually. But where's our force coming from? Like, what's the force that's causing this to go up? There's a phantom force being applied to this, and I don't know what it is. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. To suspension. If I remove this, do we have any force being applied to this um, at all? There should be no force being added to this. Okay, so on fixed update, no, it's definitely the right project files. This is vehicle controller. And making changes here does actually affect it. Right, vehicle controller. Player truck controller. Yeah. So like here we've got this rigid body here. And then if I come into here and I remove this, you'll see that that rigid body will go away. Wait, we don't actually set it this way, so it doesn't really matter. But there. Now we apply no force at all. We should get no green lines, which means we. Where are the green lines coming from? Oh, suspension. Right. Suspension's still running. Oh, yeah, what happens if I remove suspension? Okay, there should be literally nothing applying any force to this, so it should just fall down flat now. That is horribly wrong in every single way. Do. What happens with that cube? Oh, it just falls flat. Falls down flat correctly. I wonder if this is like a state issue. Let's try reopening. Maybe some kind of weird state thing got stuck or something like that, and because like I shouldn't be seeing that. Should not be happening. I have no idea why that's happening. Player. There's no good reason for that to be happening. There's nothing applying any force in any script right now. Well, these here, but like these aren't even rigged, so they don't really matter. Nothing's capable of actually executing this code. Oops. There. Movement's not being used, so we shouldn't be able to access this stuff. There's no force in there. So what's going on? Do, do, do. Why is it bouncing? Oh, drivable layer, nothing. Wait, how did that get set to nothing? It's got to be the center of mass stuff. Is the only thing that can think of that's causing it to do that. Because the only fixed update is doing nothing, right? Okay, so if I handle suspension, right? And I have a feeling that this is wait, I have a feeling I know what's going on now. Uh it's based off the wheel position and the both. The answer is oddly both. So if I leave the center of mass exactly where it is, this is going to fall flat and do nothing because I don't have it enabled. But if I come into here and hit play, look at that, we got somewhere. Main camera, let's move this down a little bit. We're going to move it down to negative 0.18. So is this a force problem now at this point? Oh, sorry. It's working now. But this is definitely a problem. Okay, so this is 3,000. But let's go like this and see what happens. That did a thing. 30,000. Well, that's better. Is that really all it was? My center of mass is all kinds of off. Yeah, the center of mass on this is now way off for some reason. Huh. It's in the same spot too, which is weird. Both. But it should be like the so the Z axis is, could you get the position between the front and left wheels? Well, okay, so this is working in this project, which does effectively that. It gets the position, it gets the centerpiece of all four, right, all at once. And we tested it yesterday, and it totally does actually work, which is the weird part. But just not in the new project. So this is the same center of mass code, identical center of mass code. I have not changed the center of mass code today. Have not touched since opening this project, right? So here's what we're doing. We're grabbing the center between the four axes, axles, right? And then we're dropping that into the Z position because that's the correct one, right? We're leaving the center of mass for X at 0, but you can just remove that. It doesn't matter. It's very obvious that that's not being affected anyways. But it's almost like it's heavier in this new project than it is in the old project though. Right? Like this I think wait, the center of mass is different, isn't it? That is a different center of mass. Sorry, that has a different shape. This is a different shape. Oh, that's what I did. That's better. Okay. This is more correct. There's the center of mass. Sorry, there's the the mesh collider. The correct mesh collider. Okay, so 30,000, 0.5, 4,000, 0.33, 25, 110, 8,000. Center of mass is in the same spot. Keep in mind that we're not actually using we're only using the y. The center of mass is only the y. And then the acceleration point is also just the y. uh Somewhat. I've actually I've actually just populated the values. But what I should do, but I don't want to do it yet because it's not working, right? So I don't want to change too much just in case, right? Can you not? Ah, god damn it. It's so annoying. Actually no, because if I'm running the game, if I go back to scene, we can see it. Yeah, there it is. There's our center of mass, right? Copy. The precision's a bit different, but it is there. Doesn't appear to be a center of mass issue. As odd as that sounds, it doesn't appear to be a center of mass issue. Oops. It's this one? The Z axis? No, it's the X axis. Mm. Well, no, I don't think that. I think that's something weird with the. Actually, yeah, it might be. There's center of mass position. So there's the Truck-kun body, rigid body. Is it grabbing the wrong rigid body? Maybe. Oh, I forgot to put that back so I could see it. Maybe the rigid body's wrong. Like like it's getting the wrong rigid body somehow. Sure. I think I've seen that happen. No, it's using the right rigid body. Because it's falling. It's okay. So it is. It does appear to be falling straight down. It doesn't appear to be falling down, nose first or back first. But the back is definitely triggering first. Like you can visually see. No, you can't. Never mind. They trigger at the same time. All four trigger at about the same time. But why is the back giving so much more power than the front? Right? So the fact that it's falling correctly means that there's a very low chance that it's a center of mass issue. Because the issue with the center of mass, if the center of mass isn't updated, the center of mass is too far back, so the back does hit first. But what if I do this? What if we just do this? Now it is precisely what it's supposed to be. We're doing no math whatsoever on this. Yeah, it's still doing it. What is wrong with the back axle? Why is this rocking so weirdly? Okay, so rear left is correct. Rear right is also correct. Okay. Front left is correct. Front right is also correct. Yeah. I have $5 that says that this is something incredibly stupid and that there's no reason it shouldn't work. Except for like one thing is missing. There's one thing missing, and I don't know what it is. So now if I come down here, let's remove this force and see what happens now. Okay, so this is the only force that's being added, I believe. Add force. Yeah, this is the only force that's being added to this object. This should no longer bounce. What's forcing it up? What's forcing the back up? Okay, so if I stop running suspension, okay, so there's something wrong with the suspension itself. I think this is officially a bugged project. I think this is a bug in Unity. It's the only thing that I can think of is that this is a bug in Unity because there's no reason for this to be happening. We're not doing anything here and it still happens. Yeah, I think this is a Unity bug. Well, so this project doesn't like me updating the center of mass and this project doesn't care. uh Unity update mesh colliders, or sorry, it's the rigid bodies, right? Yeah, rigid body center of mass. Okay, so we only do it on start. It's the one time. But it's enough to entirely fuck with literally everything. There we go. I found a bug in Unity. Good times all around. This is a useless project at this point because I don't know which project's right. I'm not sure which project's bugged, and one of them is. And the fact that one of them is bugged means that it, that I have to start over. I have to rebuild the project because I don't know which one's which. I think it's this one. I think it's the center of mass. I think this is the problem project, but I'm not sure. So I have to rebuild this project because we can't go on with a physics game. We can't go on if the center of mass, if I can't update the center of mass on this truck, it's the controller becomes useless because the center of mass is never going to be in the right spot. So that's fun. This works now. It's too far back because the center of mass is in the wrong spot. Because the axle's here, but it overhangs here, and it's just assuming everything is equal. But in reality, the center of mass is very different because we've got because of where the axles are. Oh, that fucking blows. That really, really fucking blows. Unity not able to update the center of mass on my project. Hard to help when I can't mess with the project, Lisa. Well, it's just like it's just yeah, no, it's well, why is updating the center of like I don't think that there's anything that you can do, to be honest, because like how do you fix a problem where with 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 something that's just broken, right? Yeah, but like there's not really a much to trial and error when okay, so like I would agree with you that there's things that we could probably do trial and error wise, but like I don't think that there's anything that we can actually do because I think this project is bugged. Like I think it's a Unity problem, right? Because the my code hasn't changed, right? The center of mass code has not changed between these two projects, but they act entirely different, right? Now I can excuse like oddities when it comes to like uh physics not being deterministic, and I'm not sure if it's deterministic or not when you're outside of Unity dots, because I know Unity dots I think is supposed to be deterministic physics, right? So I can excuse small things. This is not a small thing. This is like entirely changing the way things react solely because you've changed the center of mass at runtime, right? So this isn't something that's like my code problem. This is like an actual yeah, there, right? So this is a Unity problem. I bet if I create a new project, we'll see something different. All right, let's do that because like this is ridiculous. Um Let's do vehicle controller controller Unity bug test. Yeah, Unity's bugged. That's my actual take on this is Unity is actually bugged. Straight up, no way around it. Unity is bugged. Fucking Unity. That project is vehicle controller project is dead. It's a useless project at this point. I have a feeling that Truck-kun test project, this one here, is the one that's actually working correctly. But I'm still not sure, and it bothers me that I'm not sure. Oh, fuck. Create a folder. I don't care about the input system right now. Okay, so this scene's already created. What we're going to do is we're going to do a game object, create an empty environment. We're going to create a wall. Or sorry, we're going to recreate this, right? Getting really fast at this. One, 250, 10, 250, 5, negative, $500. Oops. 500. 500. And 500. There we go. And one of these needs to be positive. That one. There we go. There's our environment. Now, let's go back into here and we're going to create a new folder called meshes. Create a new folder here called Truck-kun. We're going to take these FBX files. We're going to move them in. Well, bam. There we go. Now we've got our FBX files. Now we need to come to scripts and we're going to do a folder. Actually, we don't need a folder for this. We do want to actually open this project though. Open. New window. We'll move this bugged code over here. Like I could share the project with you, but like I don't think it solves the problem. Properties. No, not properties. Compress to a zip. Oh, wait. Cancel. I have to close the project. Yeah, close that one. Why are you not canceling? Really? Really? Processing? 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 Come on. There we go. All right, I'm a little bit infuriated right now. Sup, Don? It's taking an awfully long time to compress. Look at this. I think my headphones are gonna break soon. You always say "sup, Don" with so much reluctance. What do you mean? I don't mean it. Oh fuck! You gotta be kidding me! Come on, it's a gig. Holy shit! It's 2 gigs. I can't share it with you. You always. I don't mean it that way. I don't know what you mean. Uh, today, I'm like actually irritated. Um, yeah, it's like. I think I found a bug in Unity that's causing my physics object not to work properly. So I'm like super irritated right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's ultra annoying, you know. So this one here, this here project, this one the physics object works. I'm gonna run this. We're gonna see it. The truck's gonna perfect, right? Like it's perfect. The wheels are the wheels are working perfectly. The raycasts work. I found out yesterday what vibe coding was. And I have only one thing to say about vibe coding. I don't understand it. Why would you want to take the fun out of programming? Right? Am I crazy? Am I like the only are we like the only ones here that that wonder about that one? Like why would you actively just decide that, like no for programming? It's just like but like programming can be fun, man. There we go. There's my player. That's my truck. What? Okay, and then this needs crude and empty. And this is vehicle body. And then we need a center of mass. I think it's a bunch of people who don't want to learn to code. Is it? Yeah. I guess like the entire idea of vibe what- vibe coding, which it's just weird. I can tell you what I thought vibe coding was before I found out what vibe coding was. They are two very different things because one of them actually makes sense, and the other one it does not. um, I do not understand how it got the name vibe coding, but it's stupid. So when I initially thought of vibe coding, right, there is actually something that makes sense to me, like what vibe coding could be. It's that they're not the same thing though, and that's a little bit irritating to me. But I thought vibe coding is like you know when you get into like that state where you're just programming and you're not really like there's not a lot of thought going into it, but you're writing really good code. I thought that's what vibe coding meant, right? Because you're just like chilling and just doing the thing and you're just producing good code, right? And like everything's on the up and up and everything's good vibes, everything's working. I thought that's what vibe coding was. And then I found out that it wasn't, and I was very irritated with what vibe coding actually is supposed to be, and I was just like this is stupid. Yeah, right? Like it's not something that you go and do. It's something that you work really hard at and and you get good at. Like vibe coding is like a to me is a state of being, not like something that you go out and be like, I'm gonna vibe code for a little bit today and fucking not learn anything. At the end of this, I'm not even gonna understand what my code does. And it's just like, how's that like what? I to me it sounds more like herpaderpa, uh, herpity derps coding. Like it just sounds horrible. It doesn't even sound fun. Like what's the point? You're literally just doing work, mindless work. Like I don't know. Do these like do people actually feel good when they do the like succeed at doing this? Like this is where like everything falls apart for me. I just do not understand at all. Right? Because I'm just like I don't get it. Center of mass, acceleration point. Let's copy over our spring stiffness. Rest length is 1, 0.5, 4,000. and 0.33. I watched a few vibe coders stream their work, and it seems like they're not even vibing. They just get frustrated at the AI. I think the problem is that they know how to program. Maybe is that it? Oh fuck, I forgot to add the wheels. Like, is that maybe the problem? I have a friend that I have a friend that's a like senior architect, or like I think he's like a architect for like coding position, right? Like he's above senior. Um and he when a while back he played around with what we now know as vibe coding, to see how good or bad it was, right? But like this was like a year ago. It's doing it again. Huh. So this one's the bugged project. Main camera. Copy. Paste. And then we go to the main camera. Copy. Paste. And we hit play. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I forgot to do something. Okay, so which layer is ground? Ground is 18. Let's put ground as 18. Not that I think that it matters, but we're gonna do it anyways. Layer 18. Maybe like the layer matters. I feel like it shouldn't, but like you never know. There. Did I forget to put ground on the ground cube? I did. What's the goal for this project in the end? This. Oh, I'm just building a the. I'm building a. Oh no, this works now. I'm just building a vehicle controller. This specific project, the vehicle control Unity bug test project, is literally just to build the build the vehicle controller in a different project to keep the other project from being like a bunch of mess. Yeah. So this works now. Good news, everybody. It was that project was bugged. I was right. I don't like that. Yeah, no, it's a pretty basic. Uh, it's something that people have done, and I found that my main project is actually getting a bit messy because I keep bringing things into it to test out and not clearing them up correctly. So at this point, I'm just like, you know what? It'd be better just to do this and like actually follow that practice of like you build it in a different project and then you bring it in. And I think that will be better. So I'm just doing that since I found a project that I was able to utilize. No, not a binding. Wait, what? Okay, add binding. Oh, this is on keyboard and mouse. All schemas. There we go. sorry. Yeah, I found I found a project that allows me to use a non-dots based controller uh to for driving, and dots do it using dots to uh power the control driver the vehicle is kind of cancer. So I was so happy that I was like, I'm switching. So I'm doing that. I'm trying to work on that, and things are just coming up Millhouse. Save. Okay, scene here. Come here. Generate this. I'm gonna put it into the scripts. New folder input. Do. But how have you been, Don? It's been like a hot minute since we've had a conversation. We've both just been fucking busy. New Unity script, scriptable object. Okay, it's better than bad. Oh, dude, I got contacted by a gambling company. Gotta head out to go work out before my haircut. Yeah, I got contacted by them, and I'm not even gonna lie, I actually kind of considered it. There was consideration, and then I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? No. Yeah, I was just like, I don't think I can do it because it was shady. It was way too shady. It was like steak levels of shady, and I was just like, I don't think I don't think I can do it. Like I've worked for a gambling company before, and I'm pretty sure that's why they reached out to me. But like, I was just like, I can't. It's too shady. The one that I worked for was 100% on the up and up, right? Like it's still gambling. It's still a shitty situation, but like they were on the up. They were actually like a reputable company. They weren't doing illegal shit, and I'm almost positive that this company was doing illegal stuff. So, anyways, I'll let you get back to your things. Yeah, you'd end up regretting that. The money can always be appealing. I don't even know how much they were going to offer me. I never got that far. I was debating whether or not to answer the email because like I kind of could go for the work right now, just having a job, but I don't really want to get a job that's gonna that the company is gonna be sued into oblivion, into the ground, and they're gonna have to dissolve because they keep getting lawsuits. Apparently, there's reports of them changing. Like people will complain that somebody cheated, and then without doing proper, allegedly without doing proper due diligence, they'll go in and change the records and change who won and stuff like that. Oh yeah, no, it was an actual dev position. They emailed me, then they're like, we're looking for a senior developer um to help us with our project effectively. And I was just like, I thought about it. I really thought about it, and I was debating. And I'm just like, I don't think I can do it. Like there's so much risk, and they're doing fucking shady practices, and I just like, I don't think I can. I don't think I can get on board with that. Oh yeah, if it was a sponsorship, I'd just absolutely say no. It'd just be like, absolutely not. I'm not promoting your product. Yeah. But yeah, like I think the reason is that I've worked for a gambling company before, so they probably thought that I'd be more susceptible to it. And it's just like, no, I worked for a gambling company before. I know that you're not legally allowed to take bets in every state, because I know what the legal, like I know the legal system to some degree for for a lot of the states, in a lot of the individual states, and it's fucking intense. There's no way that they've rolled it out. The process of getting approved, you have to apply for approval to do betting in each state individually, and each state has their own regulations. Each state requires that you run the servers and hold the data for those bets in that state, and people only within those state borders are allowed to bet. And like, it's super super heavily regulated, right? So I know that they're not doing that. I know that they're not doing that because they operate in all states, and there's no betting company on the planet that operates in every single state, because the regulatory loopholes that you have to jump through are fucking insane. Quite possibly. I don't know. I didn't look that far into it. I just know that they did not get approval from the states to do betting. And that immediately tells me that they're probably incorporated. They probably have one of those like stake kind of contracts, right? Where there's like a country down, I think it's in South America or the Central America, that allows for gambling. And what it is they sell the government sells a contract to one company, and that one company has the rights to lease their contract out to a bunch of other companies. And this is how stake operates, right? But the problem is that because it's not properly regulated to the way that the American government likes it, they're not legally allowed to take money from somebody inside of America, right? And same for Canada. They're not legally allowed to take money from Canadians, right? If a Canadian's in a country that it's legal in, they're allowed to take money from them. But they're not legally allowed to sign up and register people in America or Canada. But they advertise and they push advertisement to Americans, right? Like Canada is, we get caught in the crossfire of that one, but they actively push for Americans. And the only reason we get caught in the crossfire is because like our entire country is like the size of California. Right? We don't matter. Canada on the in as shitty as this is to say about your own country, it when you look at us worldwide, Canada doesn't fucking matter. We are a blip. Like, if a business plan is like, we plan to get 50% of Canadians, it's just like, oh, cool. So you want to be broke. Yeah. Economically wise, we do not matter, right? Like unfortunately, the people of Canada are not powerful enough to actually demand things from companies. The Americans, on the other hand, are powerful enough that they matter, right? So that's why those illicit sports betting companies actually target Americans, because they've got the money, and they've got the money, and there's enough of them. But when they do that, because a lot of Canadians end up watching a lot of American stuff, we end up getting we end up seeing the advertisement, but they don't advertise in Canada. They advertise in the States. Or they're advertising to Americans specifically, and Canadians end up getting hit by the advertisement because of how similar Canada and America are in a lot of ways, right? But I love my country. Don't get me wrong. I love being Canadian. I think it's a great country. It's mismanaged at times, but and like it's imperfect, but it is a great country, and I like that we are different, right? I think that the world's better off having different countries and different perspectives, but yeah, like economically, Canada doesn't matter. We have no power. Chrono, I got it working. Recreating a new project and moving the exact same code over works. So it was the project. Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to car physics, this isn't that I have experienced this in Unreal as well. It doesn't work, and I don't know why. It works, and I don't know why. Yeah. Okay. So there's a bug with the way the project gets generated in Unreal, for at least for specific versions of Unreal Engine. I think it's like 5.3, maybe 5.2, and perhaps 5.4. I don't know if it got fixed. Where if you plugged a controller in, like an Xbox controller, in after the game was running, or no, if you had a controller plugged in and you started the game, the controller inputs would be fucked, right? Like your vehicle would steer left or right, your gas or brake would always, like, one of them would always be like on, like it would be weird because it would be like different for every computer, right? So like I sent it to a buddy and his vehicle ran really slow because his brakes were always on, right? Or like for me, my vehicle always steered to the right. I generally love Canadians. Great people, I agree. It feels very mismanaged. It's really surprising to see your healthcare system is so difficult to go through as a Canadian when you need important additional procedures. Not saying the US is perfect, but always expected Canada's healthcare system to be better for its citizens. It used to be better. It's been so horribly mismanaged that it's starting to fall apart, which is the sad thing. It used to be a very good system, but it's overburdened. There's too many people, right? And we weren't able to grow fast enough to keep up with immigration. So healthcare stuff, like, obviously, like, it's not just immigration, right? But like immigration actually is a very large part of why Canada is so fucked up. And it's not because immigration's bad. It's because there was too much immigration, right? So like a great example is housing. If we built, say, 500,000 houses in a year, and we would have like 600,000 immigrants, right? And it's just like, if we have a housing crisis at the beginning, we build 500,000 houses and it's like, oh, it's solving the housing crisis. But then we bring 600,000 people in. Now we're still having now we've got an even larger deficit of housing. And if you do that for enough years, it becomes a real problem. But we kind of did the same thing with our healthcare system too, where we didn't have enough healthcare resources, and then we kept bringing more people in, and healthcare services weren't able to keep up with it, and now we've got a huge deficit. So it's like it's really hard for people to find a family doctor and stuff like that. And because it's all regulated by the government and it's all controlled by the government, it's not like somebody can go out and be like, oh, I want to start my own practice. It's like, oh, we have to wait for a hospital to be built by the government. and stuff like that, right? And capacities are dictated by the government and stuff like that. So like pros and cons, right? Like every medical system, every government has its pros and cons, right? Like there's some really nice things about the Canadian healthcare system, and there's some really shitty things about the Canadian healthcare system. Right now, the shittiest part of the healthcare system at the moment is the fucking wait times are atrocious. The fact that you can't find if you don't already have a family doctor, you're not going to find one. Yeah, they are not available anymore. They're gone. Yeah. Yeah. And I think this is the worst part. This is the absolute worst part in my opinion when it comes to the immigration problems that Canada has faced in the last number of years is that it has soured a large portion of Canadians to immigration altogether, right? And it is not because they don't it, it's it's just because they don't like the fact that there's effectively too many of them, right? It's that we're like they don't like the fact that there's too many people coming in and we don't have the resources to handle it. We have the resources to handle it. Like if it was managed correctly, if immigration numbers were managed correctly, it wouldn't have been a problem, and Canada would still the Canadian people largely would still very much so love immigrants because Canada has a long history of being very pro immigrant. Things within the system need to be ramped up to accommodate loose immigration laws. Yeah, effectively that. But yeah, we're called racist. Like you get called a racist in Canada also if you're like I support immigration, but immigration needs to be lower. And it's like, how is that a racist comment? I'm a little confused. It's like I think that we need to we need to bolster certain areas, right? Before we start being like, yes, we can accept everybody because like if we can't take care of them, why are we bringing them in, right? If we don't have we don't have jobs for them or we don't have a place for them to live, it's rude. In my opinion, it's rude to bring somebody into the country if we know that they can't find a place to live, right? So, but I think that's starting to change a little bit. They do, but like I don't know. It's that's just pure logic right there. Yeah. Well, like specifically, like it's actually it's much harder to bring a it's so when I say it's much harder, I don't mean like legally wise. It is much more expensive for the government to bring an immigrant into Canada than it is to bring an immigrant into the States, right? But that's because when you bring an immigrant into Canada, the Canadian government has to adapt because the Canadian government has to allocate more resources to them specifically, right? Because now we have one more person coming into the country for healthcare, right? We have one more person coming into the country for whatever other government services, right? That need to be accommodated for, right? Maybe not all of the government services need to be accommodated for that moment, right? But healthcare is something that the second that they land and they have a right to be here, they the healthcare system has to take care of them, and we need to make sure that we have housing, right, and stuff like that. But it's mainly that like we have socialized services that America doesn't have, so like it's substantially harder technically to bring somebody into Canada than it is to the States, just because we have more socialized systems, and the government didn't plan for that properly. Yeah, the system needs to be balanced, or else there's going to be chaos, and it's sad to see that that was not considered, right? But I imagine that it will change in the future. I think it's already started changing. Like, I think Trudeau, one of Trudeau's immigration minister or whatever person, started like tamping down the numbers and stuff like that, and started making some real changes that have probably helped. I don't think we've had enough time to see the ramifications, whether good or bad, of the newer policies. So. Trudeau is no longer the prime minister as of yesterday, or technically as of today. I don't know if it's happened yet. Our new prime minister will be sworn in today, if he hasn't already. I don't know exactly. How do you feel about that? I feel like there's going to be an election called on Monday. Yeah, it's very likely that there's going to be a election on Monday, starting on Monday. It depends on who you talk to. I imagine some people are excited, some people are not. I think the vast majority of people are excited. So right now the Liberal Party is in power, right? And I think the Liberal Party itself, like the people of the Liberal Party, also want to have an election, right? Just because, like, it would be weird. This is so okay. So Canada works a little differently on this one than America does, and this is kind of confusing, right? So if a leader steps down, like if our prime minister, our equivalent of your president, steps down or is ousted from power, right? Like vote of no confidence, or um removed through impeachment or whatever, right? Then what happens is we don't have the same idea where you have a chain of people it goes down to, right? So like it's not like the VP takes over for the rest of the 4-year term or whatever, right? No, what happens here is when that happens, well, no, we have a chain of command, right? Like there's people that are like, if something happens to the prime minister, this person's going to be in charge, right? But they're not in charge for the rest of the 4-year cycle, right? Like in the States right now, if something was to happen to Trump, right? If Trump was to die tomorrow or today of a heart attack, JD Vance, I think it's JD Vance, would be in charge. He'd be the president of America for the rest of what would have been Trump's term, right? In Canada, if something was to happen to, so our new prime minister is Mark Carney, right? If something was to happen to Mark Carney before he called an election, or an election was triggered, there would be somebody to step in to take over as prime minister, but an election would immediately start being called, right? Like he wouldn't serve for the rest of what would traditionally be Mark Carney's term. He would serve until the election happened, and if he won the election, then he would get to serve a full term, right? So when somebody in power steps down, an election gets triggered in Canada, right? So it's in a case like this, like it doesn't technically have to happen, right? So like technically Mark Carney can stay on as prime minister, I think, until October if he really wants to. But optically it would look really bad because like he's not allowed in the House of Commons, where he has to answer then that's where the opposition parties get to ask questions of the government and hold the government to account, right? So it's like he's not allowed in there. He has to sit up in the bleachers, right? Because he's not elected, right? So he has to sit up in the bleachers with like all the with the common folk. He's not allowed to sit in his spot in the because he doesn't have a place. He's not an elected official, right? He's an elected leader of the Liberal Party, but he's not an elected prime minister, right? So the Canadian people didn't vote for him. A subsection of the Canadian people got to vote for him. And it was only Liberal Party members got to vote for Mark Carney. So it doesn't sit well with a lot of people, right? And because of that, like it would be bad optically for him to try and stay on. But and there's the rumor mill states that he's probably going to be he's going to call the election on Monday. So it should be interesting. I don't know though. He could stay on. Who knows? But yeah. Canadian politics is a bit weird. I appreciate the history lesson with the Canada. Interesting. I gotta head to the gym now. Have a great stream. All right, you too. Have a good workout and have a good haircut. Mhm. I got my truck working now. Ugh. Physics objects. Yeah. So anyways, it's gonna be an interesting month in Canada is what it boils down to. Oh wait, no, that's the ones that I've already installed, right? Sin a camel install. Yeah, Don, you're always welcome to. You can ping me on Discord if you ever have questions about Canada. We can chat about it. Oh. Okay, let's see here. I have there's the acceleration point. The center of mass is working. That's installed. So technically, if we will come down here, we should be able to have this work. I decided that I wanted to. I gave it some thought in the shower, Chrono, and I decided that I kind of think that I want to do the event system, right? Handle gas, handle move, handle do, and but it's not handle. Yeah, move. It's handle steering input. No. No, I was going to be handle steering. This was supposed to be a float. We'll call it value. Bool value. Handle steering. This one's going to be a vector 2 input. Or sorry, value. There we go. And I think these should be set up, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now what we want to do is make sure that those are triggering, because I'm not entirely sure if they were or weren't in the other project. But I can start closing things, and that makes me happy. Save. Closing things in the city. Hell yeah. Close all the things. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna do some logging. Okay. Let's go here. No, here. You can close that. Then we do handle steering. Debug.log steering value. Debug.log gas value. Debug.log brake value and debug.log e-brake. Console. Oh shit, did that actually do something? It did. that did something. Interesting. I think nice to see you. Yeah. Fucking rights. Okay, I think what we need to do is just do this. Perspective. There. Oh wait, I forgot. I didn't actually want to do that. My bad. I wanted to change this. Do. Wait, am I still in ISO? There we go. Truck skin will definitely be in this. Yeah. I don't have an e-brake. Do I? Oh wait, no, it's because I'm collapsing them. No, e-brake's not working. Brake's working, e-brake's not. Did I forget to put a log on e-brake? Oh, handle e-brake's not wired up. That's why. No, probably not. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Wait, e-break event, right? Yeah. To start. You said on disable? Do. Wait, that's literally how you unsub? That's so crazy. Give me a second. I'm gonna take a look at what this is. I want to take care of the problem that that Chrono pointed out before I went too far. Get the moving truck from moving truck. Is it this one or this one? This one looks like the art style from yesterday, yeah. But this truck doesn't match with this truck because this is the truck that we've got. Yeah, the orange one. I'm gonna have to break this truck up though, because like part of the problems that I'm gonna have is that like I need a flat. Actually, I might not have to. That might just work. But I'm probably gonna break it up into smaller chunks. We have no steering yet, but look at that. That works. Uh Interesting. I thought oh no, I didn't invert. Where'd you get that truck from? Aku. This truck is made for this game. That's why when that's supposed to be inverted. The brake is supposed to be inverted. Why is it not inverted? Did I know? Oh, it's because I didn't save. Yeah, that's why yesterday when I was talking to Rem, I was like, the truck needs to be redone if we want to go with that art style. Oh, okay. You might not have been there for it. Actually, no, I think you were. I just might have been quieter. I wasn't. You couldn't hear me yet. But yeah, I told Rem that like effectively we need to if we really want to go with this art style. Now, he was saying not exactly like, because I don't think his model would work with this art style anyways. For the model, like the texture wise, we could probably pull it off, right? And I think that's actually like he was kind of using her as an example, right? So like I think we could probably get away with that, but like for the building specifically and environment, he was thinking like this art style, but not like this geo, right? Like effectively like not as squished down, but like um definitely like yeah. Like the geo would stay like the way that we've got it right now, but the textures would be styled this way, kind of thing, is what he's thinking. Or at least that's my understanding from what our talk yesterday is, that like effectively this would be these textures would be the art style. Like this type of texture would be the art style. But we would not use this style of car, right? The car would be the truck and whatnot would still be our truck, our current truck, but we'd use the texture style from games like this, which I don't actually know if I can pull off. I'm being completely like he got upset with me about that, but like I'm being honest, I've tried it. I'm actually really bad at it, like exceptionally bad at that art style. Um, because that's what I was trying to pull off. With the style I went with my very first with um the first Shibuya one, and he was like, it's shit. And I was just like, yeah, but like it works. He's like, no, it's garbage. And it's just like, yeah, but that was me trying to replicate that art style, and you said no.
Inside it, set level
Wait, where
0
are
and
we?
1, where allowing the car to pivot correctly on its up axis, and the force mode is set to acceleration, making the torque application independent.
Yeah, that was the part with the windows where he was like, yeah, you just do this, and it's just like, that's cool, but like I could do that. I can do that after you show me, but like I can't I can't thin air that, right? Like I can't pull that out of something, because like the style confuses me, right? Like it looks nice, and but like a lot of that stuff is like really difficult for me to do, and and it can be, I think it can be very difficult for like proper artists to comprehend this, right? And it's mostly just like that you deal with it more, and you've trained for it, is that like doing pixel art is not easy, right? And it's not easy for somebody who doesn't understand it. And Rem has a much better understanding of pixel art than I do. Even though like I don't think that he's ever specifically went out and studied pixel art, but like I'd have to go out and study pixel art to be able to get those textures down. It's a very challenging thing for somebody like myself, right? Like a shitty version of realism is more akin to what I can pull off, because I can have tools around it, right? Where it's like you slap something on and it adds the effect for you, and that works. But like actually having to hand draw stuff is very difficult. It's so difficult.
Of the car's mass. This ensures consistent turning behavior regardless of the car's weight. To get the sign of the car velocity if the torque to our car's turn. First, create. Notice many of you enjoy our videos but haven't subscribed yet. Your simple click really helps motivate us to create even more valuable content. Now, let's add the ability to turn. First, create a float named Steer Strength for controlling the turning intensity. Then create an animation curve called Turning Curve.
Okay, this is do do I have an accelerate? Wait, where did he add the acceleration? Oh, that's under max speed. Usually, I guess the car settings makes more sense.
To adjust our turn strength based on the car's current speed. Now,
Okay, so we need an animation curve.
strength for controlling the turning intensity. Then create an animation curve called turning curve to adjust our turn strength based on the car's current speed. Now, inside the movement section, create a turn function. In this function,
Mm-hmm. Do. You know what I might do? And I know this probably isn't the best way to do this. Oops. Do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. D. There we go. There's a reason why I'm thinking about doing it this way. And it's just so I can have it there. Uh there we go.
we're going to add torque to our car's rigid body. The torque amount is calculated by multiplying steer strength, steering input, the evaluated turning curve at our
Wait, we can just add torque? That's a thing? Okay, so first things first, before we go any further, we have to go to scene. Go to here. Cannot read value vector 2. Oh, that's why. Gamepad. Oh. It wants a vector 2, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, it's not an option. I can't remember if move is required to be move or not. Delete. Oh well. It was worth a shot. I think it's on move. If to do vector 2 move if debug dot log move. Because this is sending two values, and I only want either the x or the y, and I don't know which one it is. Okay, so right is 1, left is -1. And we want the first value, which I believe is x. Actually, I'm okay with this one constantly sending. I'd rather have it not handle steering. Yeah. Here we go. There we go. Is it not possible for me to get a 1? Interesting. My controller's a little bit busted. Okay. Do handle steering. We do add torque. So this would be steer strength times value times turning curve. Evaluate car velocity ratio.
At our absolute current speed and the math f dot sign of car velocity ratio, all together with transform dot up to ensure it turns correctly.
Wait. Times math f dot sign car value ratio times transform dot up. Force mode acceleration.
Car's mass. Breaking down the torque calculation, steer strength determines how strongly the car turns. The higher the value, the sharper it turns. Steer
Okay, this math equation here needs to
input checks if the player intends breaking down the torque calculation. Steer strength determines how
steer strength.
strongly the car turns. The
How strong the car will turn.
higher the value, the sharper it turns. Steer input checks if the player intends to turn left or right, ranging from -1 to 1, where positive values turn the car right and negative values turn it left. The turning curve uses the absolute value of car's velocity ratio to adjust turn power dynamically. As the car's speed changes, the curve evaluates this speed to determine the turning power, and we use the absolute value because our curve only takes positive values. Then we have math f dot sign.
Okay.
To get the sign of the car velocity ratio to check if the car is moving forward or backwards so that we can invert the input.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh my God, that's amazing. This returns what? What's a single?
Then we have math f dot sign to get the sign of the car velocity ratio to check if the car is moving forward or backwards so that we can invert the input accordingly.
Returns the direction the car returns the return what the fuck? This is great. That I have no idea. I was about to look into that. In general sense, Unity, not Unity, C#. No. I guess maybe this is a Unity thing. In general sense, Unity means. No, it's a C# thing. single type. It was a struct. Yeah, it is a struct. The single value represents a single precision 32-bit number with values ranging from negative 3.402 to positive 3 point, as well as positive and or negative 0. Positive infinity, negative infinity, and not a number is it is independent, tended to represent values that are extremely large, such as distance between planets or galaxies, or extremely small, such as the molecular mass of a substance in uh, kilograms. And that often are imprecise, such as the distance from Earth to another solar system. The single type compiles with the IEC 60559 1989 IEEE 754 standard for binary floating point arithmetic. Interesting. Well, it's for big or very large or very small numbers. Binary floating point is what it boils down to. It's binary floating point. That's interesting. I didn't even know that. I didn't know this was a thing. Cool. But this is something that I was trying to figure out, how to figure out what direction the vehicle is moving in, and this solves this is something that was so much more complicated. Although it doesn't tell me exactly like what direction the vehicle is actually moving in, it just tells me like effectively like is it moving forwards or backwards, right? Because the forward doesn't change, right?
Lastly, transform.up sets the rotational axis, ensuring the torque is applied vertically, allowing the car to pivot correctly on its up axis, and the force mode is set to acceleration, making the torque application independent of the car's mass. This ensures consistent turning behavior regardless of the car's weight. Then integrate the turn function within the movement function inside the if statement. This is crucial because turning should only happen when the car is grounded. Back in the editor, adjust the steer strength to 15 in the inspector, and then tweak the turning curve. Feel free to craft a curve that suits your project, or you can
That's cool though. I didn't realize that was a thing. I'm so happy about that. All right, let's build our turning curve. Wait, where's our turning curve? Oh, there it is. Okay, so he's going from 0 to 1. So yeah, okay, so we only care about 0 to 1. Is there a way to snap this so it doesn't go past 1? Be back in a bit. All right. Hopefully I'll see you when you get back. I'll probably still be here. I think tomorrow I don't have a test, so I'm pretty happy about that. Edit key, let's say 0.75 and 1. There. And key. There we go. Let's use this turning curve. Let's see how well it works. It really doesn't work because the vehicle moves too slowly. Acceleration. Events are not working. Damn it. Oh, well, we'll have to change it. I think the events are only happening when the value changes, which is not what we want. We want this changed all the time. Oh well, it's not that important, to be honest. Did I not add that to? Oh right, I wasn't actually playing. I was like, why is my keyboard not working? Yeah, there we go. We're only getting one. It's only ever happening once, right? I think I can just do this as a float, right? Damn. Can we do this? Oh, we can. Okay. So if I do this, this is wrong. Then we come back to here, and instead of handle, brake, and stuff like that, we're just going to do this here. To do. Hmm. I still might deal with those because like they will allow me to effectively performance optimize that a little bit, but I don't want to deal with it right this moment. We're not getting anything anymore. What the fuck? It's almost like we weren't actually doing the checking this stuff. God damn it. It's like at some point you've just you know, it's just know that I wanted to call that in fixed update. Well, that was different. What was my value before? 25, okay.
And then tweak the turning curve. Feel free to craft a curve that suits your project, or you can replicate mine. However, you might notice the car continues to turn persistently. To valuable insights. Let's get started and understand the approach of suspension first. Logic. Start by creating a function named suspension. Inside this function, declare a raycast hit variable named hit, the hold data from the raycast hit point. Then, introduce another float variable named max length, which represents the maximum length of the spring, calculated as the sum of rest length and spring travel. Will be moving for a longer time, and to counter that, it needs to be replaced with ith element of the ray points array. Temp grounded wheels is at axis horizontal. Pay close attention to the spelling of these commands to ensure everything. In this function, we'll add force at a position to the rigid body with the value of acceleration multiplied by move input and then multiplied by transform.forward. The force position will be at the acceleration point and the force mode will be set to accelerate. Here's a quick breakdown of how this works. The force value is segmented into parts where acceleration determines the magnitude of the force, move input check.
That's very violent. It's so. There we go.
To counteract this, increase the angular drag to a higher value, like 10, and then tweak the turning curve of the car's mass. This ensures consistent turning behavior regardless of the.
That was so good. So good. Look at that. It works. Yay.
The car's weight. Then integrate the turn function within the movement function inside the if statement. This is crucial because turning should only happen when the car is grounded. Back in the editor, adjust the steer strength to 15 in the inspector, and then tweak the turning curve. Feel free to craft a curve that suits your project, or you can replicate mine. However, you might notice the car continues to turn persistently. To counteract this, increase the angular drag to a higher value, like 10. This adjustment helps manage the car's continuous rotation, but also affects its turning power. Consequently, ramp up the steer strength to 30 to compensate.
Angular drag.
This adjustment helps manage the car's.
Sure. Wait, I don't see it. Oh, it's dampening.
Continuous rotation, but also affects its turn. To counteract this, increase the angular drag to a higher value, like 10. This adjustment helps manage the car's.
So they've changed it from drag to dampening.
Continuous rotation, but also affects its turning power. Consequently, ramp up the steer strength to 30 to compensate. Both these.
Oh. Wait. Ramp up to 30? I'm at 45. Hey, it worked. We don't just steer endlessly now. But it does steer pretty slow. Although I think what if I
These values can be fine-tuned to match your preferences. After these adjustments, you'll see the car handles much better. To address the issue of the car sliding excessively, it's necessary to introduce some side force. This is because, at present, there's nothing countering the car's lateral movement. To tackle this, head over to the script and initiate a new float named drag coefficient. Then within the movement present, there's nothing countering the car's lateral movement. To tackle this, head over to the script and initiate a new float named drag coefficient. Then
drag coefficient? Sure. Sure, I can make that happen. Let's go add a drag coefficient. This car settings.
drag coefficient. Then within the movement section, introduce a function named sideways drag. In this function, first
I think this should just be turning drag. Sideways drag. I don't like the name.
First define a float called current sideways speed to capture the car's current sideways velocity.
Okay. I bet that's not actually what I care about right here.
Which essentially is the x component of the car's velocity. Following that,
Oh, interesting. Current car velocity.x. Wait, don't I have current car velocity? Oh, it's current local velocity is what I have.
create a float named drag force magnitude. This determines the amount of sideways force to apply, counteracting the car's sliding direction. It's negative.
Okay, so then we do float drag magnitude.
Because the force should act in opposition to the sliding direction. Adjusting the drag coefficient value allows for fine-tuning of this force.
Wait. Oh, wait, because this is public? No, it's private. It's supposed to be that. Okay. Drag coefficient.
Force, either increasing or decreasing its impact based.
Give me a second.
Create a new float named drag coefficient. Then within the movement section, introduce a function named is the x component of the car. In this function, first define a float called current sideways speed to capture the car's current sideways velocity, which essentially is the x component of the car's velocity. Following that, create a float named drag force magnitude. This determines the amount of sideways force to apply, counteracting the car's sliding direction. It's negative because the force should act in opposition to the sliding direction. Adjusting the drag coefficient value allows for fine-tuning of this force.
How much drag force is needed
either increasing or decreasing its impact based on the needs. Next, create a vector 3 named drag force, which equals to the drag force magnitude multiplied by transform.right. This results
vector 3 drag force equals transform.right times drag magnitude.
in a vector 3 force ready to be applied. Proceed to apply this force to the rigid body at the car's world center of mass. Importantly, this force should act independently.
Truck RB dot add force at position. Drag force. Truck RB dot world center of mass. World center of mass. Interesting. Force mode acceleration. What is the world center of mass? To do the center of mass of a rigid body in world space. Read only. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Independently of the car's mass, so use force mode.acceleration for the application. Finally, ensure to call this sideways drag function within the movement function. The if statement checking if the car is grounded. Head back to the editor and, in the inspector, set the drag coefficient to 1. Give it a play, and it's working great. That wraps up this part of the tutorial.
it actually feels better. Like, oh my god, so much better. Oh wow. This is actually fucking great. Wow. Wish I did this earlier.
In the next segment, we'll dive into adding visual elements to the car controller. See you in the next part. Hey everyone, welcome back to AshDev. In this episode 3 of our tutorial series, we're going to add a follow camera and wheel rotation in our car to make it feel more alive and dynamic. First, let's add a camera to follow our car around. Open up the package manager and install Cinemachine. Once that's done, create a Cinemachine virtual camera and drag your car into the follow and look at fields. Under the body.
Okay, so we create a follow camera.
And install Cinemachine. Once that's done, create a Cinemachine virtual camera and drag your car into the follow and look at fields.
Tracking target. Layer. Then position. I think it's target offset, right? Yeah, there. Wait. No, Z. Why is everything up and down? Why is both Z? Why are both of these up and down? Follow offset? There we go. Welcome back. Had a fun time with NVIDIA drivers. Ugh, NVIDIA drivers. Yeah, a lot of it's kind of irritating that so many companies that used to like be really good about things are now like kind of shit. Like Black Magic makes terrible drivers. I'm just gonna say it. I their hardware is great. Their drivers are crap. They're dog shit. Their drivers are so bad. Um, that's weird. Look at that. The points, the draw lines appear to be changing in weird ways. I'm gonna have to investigate that, but right now is not the time. Yeah, because right now it doesn't matter that much.
Under the body settings, choose Simple World Follow with World Up for the binding mode, and set both the X and Y damping to 0. Adjust the camera's position according to what fits your scene best, and our camera setup is complete. Before we go any further, I want to tell you guys that from now on, after we finish a tutorial series, we'll share the project files on our Discord server. This project will be available right after the part 4 is released, but you've got to act fast because each project will only be available for 2 weeks only, so be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Next, let's make our wheels align correctly with the positions determined by their raycast hit. Under the header named References, create an array of game objects called
Yeah, the fact that I've had two devices that if plugged in and certain apps or things happen, my computer blue screens that were from Black Magic specifically, it's kind of fucked up.
tires and initialize it with 4 elements, corresponding to our car's 4 tires. Now, under a new region titled Visuals, create a function named Set Tire.
Oh, I'm definitely making that visual section there.
Position. This function should accept 2 arguments. The first is the game object tire that you want to position, and the second is the vector 3 target position, where you intend to place the tire. Inside this
Tire position.
function, simply assign the tire's position to the target position. Moving on to the suspension logic, within the if statement that checks if the ray hits the ground surface, adjust the position of the corresponding tire in the tire's array. Use hit.point.
If you want a region, really? But it won't name it, right? No, it's just right. Yeah, that's fair.
Plus ray point.
Suspension here. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So this would be I am going to make some changes here, right? Because I want to. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this, right? Because I don't like the idea of having two separate things for the wheels, right? Like here's my axle positions, but like I want to have um I think that I want these to be um actual wheels, like a wheel component that I build or a struct. So they have all the information, right? I might make them a struct actually. Because a struct kind of makes sense. And I think we can make a struct into an object that we can then make inside of this, right? So like instead of it being just a transform, it becomes a struct. Will that work? Struct wheel data? Something like this, right? Why is it doing this now? Settings. Editor, code style, C sharp. It was under other last time? No, this is under. It is related, right? I wonder if it's this. I'll look it up in a min here talking to my dad. Yeah, no worries. I'm trying to think of what it would be because apparently it's not here. Line breaks and wrapping. Place type attribute on the same line. I like that they do this at least, right? I literally can't figure out what that does. I feel like it might be this. No, because might be that. You and me both. Let's see. Let's see which one of us finds it first. Spaces, maybe. I have a feeling you're probably gonna find it before I do. Mhm. It's fair. Remove line breaks. I don't think it's that because that's a comment. Did you fix yours though? Like, does yours doesn't do that, right? With the weirdness? I can't find it. But yeah, what would this even be called? Like, what type of rule is this? Ugh. There's got to be a name for it because it's happening, right? It's being forced. It's so stupid. So stupid, and I hate it. Anyways, let's just do this quickly here. Field, uh, private, um, wheel data. Attribute, I'm thinking? Possibly. I sent it to you. You can import it. Just code styles. Okay, let's take a look. God damn it! I forgot about that. It just opens in the wrong browser is all. Just like, God damn it. Extract all. You know, give me a moment. What's going on here? Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, what was it? It was file, manage IDE settings, export settings. Actually, why don't I do this and put it somewhere meaningful? um, what? No, this is what I. Writers. Do I unzip it? Or do I just I just import it straight up. Interesting. Okay, import and restart. Oh. Wait, why is it Control Alt J? Oh, okay. I was like, this shouldn't have changed any of my hotkeys, right? Oh wait, it's processing. Don't worry, we all have fuzzy brain. It did not get rid of the problem. Unfortunately. Wait, where's my wheels? Where my fucking wheels at, bitch? My wheels are missing. Oh yeah. That's a good idea. Oh, beautiful. That's amazing. That's what I want. That's what I like to see. Okay, I think this needs to be serializable. Like this, maybe? The header should be on top. What? List in the current context. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know. It might. I think I might have a setting that overrides it. I'll double check because I played with a setting. Wheel data. Yay. There we go. It worked. Yes. Oh, I don't like this still though. Yeah, but I think I have a setting specifically in. Oops, wrong one here. I think I put a setting in that changes it. Settings. C#. Yeah, this. There. Yes and no. Yeah, but it might have been like a bit of a different thing, right? Okay, so I don't think I like this wheel data thing, and I think that we want to have a vehicle here and add a Unity script and make that a mono behavior, and this one's going to be wheel data. Give me a second here. Add directory. Player. So I want this to be right. So like I want this to be this to have a game object. No, this is just going to have how do I want this to be? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, sorry, I'm back. So, okay, my girlfriend and I picked up a couple different Doritos last night because we were kind of curious about them. So, neither of us have tried flaming hot Doritos before. So I got a thing of flaming hot Doritos here, right? Like a little bowl of them. My chopsticks so I can eat them. But we've never tried flaming hot Doritos. But we tried these ones. One sec. They're good. Okay. I'm gonna try them. Just I love the cool ranch. Okay, wait. So last night, right? While we were out in at the grocery store, we picked up magic Doritos. The Yeah, these ones. And so when I was looking at the flaming hot Doritos, I was like, "Oh, we should get them. They're going to be mild." So I tried these ones yesterday. The magic masala. And these ones I actually quite kind of like. These are pretty good. But and they have a little bit of spice to them. But not that much, right? So now I'm going to try the flaming hot ones. These are supposed to be really spicy. These these have a bit of a like I feel like a tiny bit of spice in the back of my throat, but these aren't spicy. They're actually spicier than I thought they were going to be. But these are spicier than the flaming hot Doritos. They're a different spice though. Cuz this one's like the spice is in your entire mouth and the flaming hots is just in the back of the mouth. I'm going to be honest, I probably shouldn't eat as much spicy food as I do. But fuck. So in the mornings, I do whenever it's available, I do this. It's not always available because I go through it pretty fast, and it's very time consuming to make. So my girlfriend makes me chili oil. So my girlfriend makes this for me, but it's closer to this. She makes this. It's like it's borderline like a paste, which is just like chili. It's just like fucking chili seeds and chili flakes. Right. Just for reference, Chrono. My girlfriend is Asian. What are you talking about? I thought Rem was white. I've never actually met Rem in IRL. I've only ever talked to him online. Um, anyway, so my girlfriend makes this for me every now and then, and I have this on my eggs in the morning because we have bacon and eggs every single day for breakfast. What we do is she bakes the bacon um on the weekend ahead of time, and then I reheat the bacon in a frying pan every morning. We do 4 slices of bacon, 2 each, right? And then we then we and sometimes we season it. She seasons hers with other things more often than I season mine with other things. I just pretty much almost exclusively use her chili oil. But her chili oil is so much spicier than the stuff that you get from the store. Like I used this one time and I was like, there's no spice to this. This is no longer spicy to me. I was like, the fuck. Or like when we go down and get Chinese food, the chili oil at the Chinese food restaurant is no longer freaking spicy anymore. It kind of irritates me. But we both really like this one. This one's really good. This is one of my favorite chili oils. But it's unbelievably expensive. And I go through it too fast, so. This one's so good though. Hmm. Anyways, I think oh nice. So what happened? Mm, like man, that's rough. Front left. So no. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Add component, mesh filter and mesh renderer. Hmm. Got sick right out of high school. Damn. Sorry to hear that, man. Oh, wait. We delete this because we want the back wheel. Now, you're going to notice that the back wheel and the front wheel are the same. I don't know if you were here for when I explained that I fucked it up. Rear left wheel. And then this one here. Oh, wait. Rear left axle. This one copy. Paste. Beautiful. Now we have wheels. We have wheels. 4. There and there. Oh, wait. Front right axle. Mm. There we go. It's a struct. I thought about making it a mono, but you know. 2. 3. There we go. Mhm. Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking. Because I think the parenting and stuff like that would cause potential problems where like things would move exactly correctly.
Points got up, multiplied by the wheel radius for setting the tire's position.
No, I want there we go. A super hot version? Is it maybe these ones? No, I'm eating flaming hot. These ones. This is what I'm eating right now. Hmm. These are really good, but also not very spicy. I think these are spicier than the flaming hots, though. I think I saw these and just didn't care. Yeah, it happens. What are the spiciest Doritos? X extra flaming hot nachos. don't think I really like the flaming hots that much. All right. Negative 90. There we go. Oh, wait. Yay, look at that. Okay. Do. Tire position, which we have the axle position. That's not what we want. We want the tire position. Right? No, wait. Right. Set tire here. Tire tire data dot tire. Then hit point plus ray points. Wait, what was ray points again? Ray points was something else, right? Physics raycast. Where's ray point? Ray point. Oh, right. This is the axle, right? Dot up times wheel radius.
We added this because the position set is typically the center of the game object. Without adding the wheel radius, the tire would appear half buried in the ground. By adding the wheel radius, we'll get a visually accurate placement. In the scenario where the ray does not hit the ground surface, handle the tire positioning within the else block of the suspension logic. Here, we're going to set each tire's position to correspond with the airborne state. For the tire associated with the currently evaluated ray, adjust its position to the ith element's position in the ray points array, then subtract vector 3 dot up multiplied by the max distance. This calculation places the tire at a position.
Tire. This is position. Point. Position. No, hit point. No, this is ray points. This is axle point dot position. Minus times max distance. What the fuck? What was max distance again? Oh, max distance was max ray length. Did I leave it running? I did leave it running. God damn it. I hate it when I do that. It causes so many problems. Wee. Ready for monster truck tires? Hell yeah.
Position extended by the maximum distance the ray could travel, essentially simulating how far down the tire would be if not obstructed by the ground. The subtraction of max distance serves a specific purpose, as it inverses the direction of vector 3. Up. Now, let's enhance the visual dynamics of our the tire at a position extended by the maximum distance the ray could travel, essentially simulating how far down the tire would be if not obstructed by the ground. The subtraction of max distance serves a specific purpose, as it inverses the direction of vector 3. Up. Now, let's enhance the visual dynamics of our car. Under a new header called Visuals, define a float tire rot speed with a value of 3000, which will determine the rotational speed of the
Header. Visuals. Serialized field. Float. Tire rotation speed. 3000.
the tires as the car moves. Within the Visuals section, introduce a function named Tire Visuals. In this function, create a for loop to iterate through the tires. Within the loop, check if the current tires are the front ones, identified by indices 0 and 1. For these front tires, rotate them along the x-axis.
Public bool is steering can steer or is steerable. They were doing a, what did he have for that? An int. Is grounded. No, a single doesn't make sense. Can we do a byte? Oh wow, that's bigger than an int. Interesting. Tire visuals. I don't remember why I didn't go with my initial feeling there. I was getting bogged down. One sec.
Within the loop, check if the current
Do if wheel data I dot is steerable.
tires are the front ones, identified by indices 0 and 1. For these front tires, rotate them along the x-axis using the formula tire rot speed multiplied by car velocity ratio multiplied by time.delta time. Here, transform.rotate.
Wait. So transform rotate. Vector 3 right. Yeah. Time. Sorry. Tire rotation speed times truck. Sorry. Car velocity ratio. Oh, truck. Oh, I did that wrong. Times time dot delta speed. This needs to be changed. To do rename. There we go. Tire visuals. Space cell. Beautiful.
Ensures the tire rotates around its local axis. Vector 3.right specifies the rotation should occur around the tire's local x-axis. Tire rot speed sets the pace at which the tires will spin. Car velocity ratio adjusts the rotation speed to match the car's current speed, ensuring a realistic rotation that corresponds with how fast the car is moving. Time. Delta time is used to make the rotation smooth and consistent across different frame rates. For the rear tires, indexed as 2 and 3, apply a similar rotation mechanism in the else block of the loop. However, replace car velocity ratio with move input. This change means the
Oh, wait, no, so sorry. Else. Tires. Oh, sorry, wheel data. This is the move input. I don't think I have move input, right? This needs to be fetched. So this is input dot gas value. I'm gonna have to change this. Because there's a direction one that we've got up here with the sign, right? This is in there was somewhere where we had a sign to figure out the direction the vehicle was moving in, kind of. Sign. Yeah, here we go. Vehicle direction. I think this handle steering, we're gonna actually this vehicle direction, we're just gonna save it. Private single. Current vehicle direction equals 0. Okay, so this would be um, if current vehicle direction is greater than 0, else okay, I need to fix that. That's gonna drive me batty. Where's the dot line? It's breaking right here at the dot, and I really don't like that. That's a the JavaScriptness of that. It actually bothers me. I don't like it when JavaScript does it either, but it's like it's part of like the standard JavaScript stuff. So what's the difference here? Oh, yeah, yeah. Here dot dot dot. Because it actively just made that that specific this line here gets substantially harder to read with that enabled. Here for wrap after dot. What? Yeah, this. I don't like that. Yeah. I'm actually still unsure about which one of these I like more. Oh yeah, let's see if this fixes it. Oh, beautiful. There we go. Yeah, there's a time and a place, and that was not it. The next thing that I want to do this, but I want this right here. I think that. No, I guess yeah, it does make sense to do it like that. I want this like that. There we go. I think that's easier to read personally. I'm gonna eventually get this entirely worked out. It's gonna be beautiful eventually.
The rear tires will rotate based on the acceleration input, that is, move input, mirroring real-world behavior. Where the rear wheel...
Wait, if... Oh, that's what if multi-line does? Okay.
wheels respond to the car's acceleration rather than its overall velocity. And finally, create a function visuals and call tire visuals here, and call this function in fixed update. Now, in the editor, overall velocity. And finally, create a function visuals and call tire visuals here, and call...
This will happen to your methods too. Just heads up if multi-line is sent in Discord. Interesting. Oh no, I like that for my functions. That's actually how I like my functions. When my functions are when my function arguments are too long, this is how I like them to be displayed. Because I can read all of them, right? There are times when I'll like combine them together at certain points, right? Like if this is about like an int and then there's like a hugely long one at the bottom or something like that, it kind of annoys me that like you've got this like growing pyramid kind of thing. So I'll sometimes like add multiples to a single line for that. But for the most part, if you've got too long of an argument, too many arguments to pass in, I prefer this because like you read it top to bottom, right there in order. Everything is just easy. So I like that. And vertical space isn't really much of a problem, right? Like your function shouldn't be long enough that ideally your function shouldn't be long enough that you have vertical space issues. Like it does happen, but you know, it's not what you're going for, right? It's a side effect. Let's see if that actually works now. I feel like it should. Actually not sure if it's working. The drift is intense though. I can't tell if they're moving. I don't think steering works on when you reverse. Yeah, I don't think steering's working when I reverse. I'll have to figure that out later. I think the camera's a bit too far away to tell. We're gonna have to we'll adjust the camera. The camera's in the wrong spot. Oh, interesting. No, that's fine. I'm sure I'll find them and fix them. Fix them. Right. Well, I put quotes around it for a reason because like in a situation like this, it's not fixing them. It's not like fixing them so much as like it's personal preference, right? Like your settings aren't wrong. They're just not right for me, right? I'm gonna have to fix that though.
Call this function in fixed update. Now, in the editor, create an empty parent game object for each tire. Position these parent game objects precisely where the actual tires are located, and name them according to their respective positions. After that, drag and drop the actual tire game objects into the tires array you prepared earlier. Now, if we play the game, the tires are rotating. Now, to add a turning animation for the front tires based on steering input, first navigate to the references section in your script. Here, introduce a new array of game objects named front tire parent. Initialize this array with a size of 2. Next, under visuals header, declare a float called max steering angle to store the maximum angle the wheels can rotate when steering, and set this value to 30. Inside the tire visuals function, create a float named steering angle, which equals the steer input multiplied by max steering angle. This calculation allows you to determine the steering angle relative to the player's input. In the if block of this function, adjust the local Y rotation of the front tires to match the steering angle, while leaving the rotations on the other axes unchanged. Now, return to the editor, drag and drop the parent game objects of the front tires into the front tires array. With everything set up, press play to test the changes. And now we got our tires rotating on steer. That's it for this part. In the next segment, we'll add other enhancements like skid marks and skid smoke to our car controller. See you in
Max steer angle. I feel like I've got something for this already. No, I don't.
set this value to 30. Inside the tire visuals function, create a a float named steering angle, which equals the steer input multiplied by max steering angle. This calculation allows you to determine the steering angle relative to the player's input. In the if block of this function, adjust the local Y rotation of the front tires to match the steering angle, while leaving the rotation angle relative to the player's input. In the if block of this function, adjust the local Y rotation of the front tires to match the steering angle, while leaving the rotations on the other axes unchanged. Now,
God damn, that's a long one.
block of this function, adjust the local Y rotation of the front.
Okay, okay. So we're gonna do wheel forward rotation. Wheel steering rotation. I think that's actually it. One sec. Tire transform local rotation. I think they want, he was doing local Euler angle equals new vector 3. And then this would be wait, what's he doing here? I've got to slow this down a little bit.
Front tires to match the steering angle, while leaving the
Oh, front tire. Local ear. Okay. I see what he did there. So this would be current wheel dot tire dot transform x steering
rotations on the other axes unchanged. Now, return to the editor. Drag and drop the parent game objects of the front tires into the front tires array. With With everything set up, press play to test the changes. And now we got our tires rotating on steer. That's it for this part. In the next segment, everything set up, press play is unchanged. Now,
steer angle. Wait, where was steer? Where did steer angle come into play here?
steering angle, while leaving the rotations on the other axis.
Oh, that's why. Tire visuals. One sec. Load. I mean, I have to update the wheels. The wheel rotation stuff that he's got isn't quite right. Dope. That's fucking great, though, eh? I mean, 10 out of 10. Wait, max steer angle is 100? I thought this was supposed to be like 30. There we go. Maybe 45. No, maybe 35. There we go. $35. Oh. Yeah, I was kind of right. I think I gave it 35, didn't I? Yeah, 35. Mm-hmm. Uh, there it is. 35. I don't know how I feel about this, but whatever. We're going to figure that one out later. Here we go.
Steering angle relative to the player's input. In the if block of this function, adjust the local Y rotation. If this is helpful, give a thumbs up and subscribe to AshDev. Don't forget to join our Discord community for more discussion.
When I have money, I'll probably buy one of his things just because.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Ash Dev. In this episode 4 of our tutorial series, we're going to add skid marks.
Yeah, because he's got this one. This one's great. It's only $5. Wow.
Smoke effect, and sounds to our car to make it truly come alive. Before we start, if you're interested in getting this project, it's available in our Discord server. Please note that the project will only be available for 2 weeks following the release date of this episode, so be sure to hurry and grab it. And if you happen to miss the 2-week window, no worries. You can still access the older projects by becoming a Patreon. This way, not only do you get access to the projects, but you also support us for making more useful content in future. Now let's start the tutorial. First, let's add some VFX. Under the references header in your script, initialize 2 arrays to handle these effects. The first array will be of trail renderer type, named skid marks, and the second will be of particle system type, named skid smokes. Set both arrays to a size of 2.
Yeah. If anybody doesn't want to have to deal with actually doing the thing, there you go. This would be visual to me. This would be visuals, so I'm gonna put it under visuals. Serialized field. Trail render. Skid marks. Does this have to be initialized or something? Oh, wait, what? There we go. And then this is particle.
As we'll focus on the rear tires for emitting skid marks and smoke effects. Additionally, introduce a float named min side skid velocity to determine the
Do, do, do. Wait.
the
Okay.
minimum sideways sliding velocity required for the car to start emitting skid marks.
Okay, and then car settings here. Actually, no, I guess this is actually visual because it's just when we do this, right? Min side skid or slip. Is it skid or slip?
And smoke. Set this to a value of 10. Within the visuals region of the script, create a new function named VFX. In this function, create an if statement to check two conditions. First, whether the tire is grounded, and second,
If is grounded and current local velocity is greater than 0.
whether the car's sideways velocity's absolute value exceeds the
Ah. Dot x is greater than min sideways skid value. Wait, what? Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I feel like it would be slip. Oops. Wheel slip versus wheel wheeled slip, wheel slide, and wheel skid. Slip occurs when a tire spins or loses traction, but the vehicle remains relatively controlled, often during acceleration or braking. Okay, so when it's spinning, right? Slide this is more gradual loss of traction, where the tires are still moving but not gripping the road surface efficiently, leading to a controlled drift or a slight loss of control. This is a severe loss of traction where one or more wheels lock up and the vehicle loses control, potentially leading to
Hello and welcome back. In the last week's video, we saw about rolling of wheel, where the major criteria for pure roll was the rotational velocity is equal to linear velocity of the wheel, or v is equal to omega r. Now for rolling, when we look at the force plot, we can see that at the contact point, the wheel has a resultant force 0. Now as we know, the force acting on the contact point are the force F in favor of the motion and frictional force in opposition to motion. The resultant force being 0 mean that the force F and friction force are both equal in magnitude, thus giving us the second criteria for roll, which is F equal to mu w, where W is the normal load acting on the wheel. Now as we know, the ground is not flat, there are elevation changes, obstacles, holes, etc. on the surface. To overcome these unforeseen obstacles, we usually provide the force greater in magnitude than the opposing force on the wheel. Thus F is greater than mu w. Or we can also say F is equal to x plus mu w. Now where x is the extra amount of force delivered to the wheel. This force would result in overcoming obstacles or acceleration of the wheel. But that is not always the case, as sometimes the whole force is not used and it causes the tire to have a higher rotational velocity as compared to linear velocity. To understand this, let's perform an experiment. Take a coin and place it vertically on the table. Now gently push it. The coin rolls in the forward direction and after some time it trips. For the same coin, now position your finger
I don't think this is quite what we want. Wheel roll. Slip. Verse. What was it? Was slip slide? No, slip.
To talk today about three things. Number one, slips. Number two, skids. And number three, spins. The short of it is, slips are a good thing. skids are a bad thing, and spins, as you are well aware, are a very bad thing. And so we're going to talk about all three. So the good one.
Dude, no. I think in this situation it's a skid because it's skidding, right? But I don't know. I don't know, but I'm just gonna go with what he's saying for now. Yeah, when you lose. No, I think slip is when you lose traction forward, right? In the direction you're moving, like in your forward vector. And then skid is I don't know.
The min-side skid velocity. We used absolute value because it should be enabled in both the directions, positive as well as negative x-axis. To efficiently manage the VFX of skid marks and skid smokes based on the car's behavior, let's define a couple of toggle functions. First, create a function named toggle skid marks, accepting a
Okay.
bool toggle as its parameter. Inside, create a for each loop to iterate through each trail renderer in the skid marks array, setting its emitting property to the toggle boolean. This functionality allows for a straightforward method to activate or deactivate all skid marks simultaneously. Next, construct
It's confusing is what it is.
a similar function named toggle skid smokes, which also takes a bool toggle as its argument. As the
Skid happens when the vehicle moves in a direction different from the wheel, where the wheels are pointing, usually due to loss of traction. There we go. Definition: wheel slip occurs when the tire rotation rotates at a different speed than the actual movement. This can happen when accelerating or braking. There we go. We found it. 100%. There you go. But wait, what was the last one? That's what I slide. That's what the last one was. Wheel slide. What is wheel slide? For a train. Definition: when the wheel stops rotating, but the vehicle continues moving. Because the wheel. God damn it. Fucking great at Googling. I'm fucking terrible at Googling, apparently. Yeah, let's I'm gonna put these in the Discord here. To do here. Truck-kun chat. Slip. Slide. Skid. Do. One sec. Let me get this. I'm just gonna bring Discord over here so I can type it. Copy text. Here, copy text. A skid and a whale slip. Copy text. Wait, wait. Right, this one's slide, right? Slide. Might like the app Obsidian Notes. I use it to put everything in a backup Discord. Yeah, I thought about it, and I might go get it at some point. I just not ever gotten around to it is the problem. Okay. Toggle smokes.
The particle system's emitting property cannot be directly toggled like trail renderers. Create a for each loop for each particle system in the skid smokes array. Create an if statement within this loop. If toggle is true, call the play method on the particle system, otherwise call stop.
Ah. If toggle smoke. Sorry. I am so close to disabling that.
In the
that
VFX
stuff.
function, under the if condition, call toggle skid marks and toggle skid smokes with true to activate the effects. Conversely, in the else block, call these functions with false to deactivate
Yeah, that makes sense.
the effects when the conditions are not met. Finally, call this function within the visuals function. To set up the VFX in the editor, begin with
Oh, he's actually going to show me how to do it.
creating an empty game object and name it VFX. Then, create an empty RL game object under RL tire parent. Then
VFX? Okay.
create another one for RR tire parent and put both of these under VFX game object. Now, select both RL and RR and add a trail renderer component to each. Adjust the width to fit your needs. Ensure
Wait, what?
Then create another one for RR tire parent and put both of these under VFX game object. Now, select both.
If rear left, rear right.
Both RL and RR and add a trail renderer component to each. Adjust the width to
Wait, so if I go like this, go to this, and I create it under here, create empty, rear left, we create an empty here, rear right. Do these just keep their transforms? Oh, that's super cool. I didn't know that.
fit your next. Now, select both RL and RR and add a trail
So select both of these. We're only going to do the back tires for now, just because. There we go.
renderer component to each. Adjust the width to fit your needs. Ensure the emitting
Width he's got.
option and RR and add a trail renderer component to each. Adjust the width to fit your needs.
0.22. Sure. 0.22.
Ensure the emitting option is unchecked to start with, as we'll control this through our script. Set the color of both ends of the trail to black. To add a realistic fading effect, reduce the alpha value of the trail's end to 0, creating a transparent look as the skid.
Okay. Wait, where's the alpha?
Skid mark, realistic fading effect, reduce the alpha value of the trail's end to 0, both ends of the trail to black. To add a realistic fading effect, reduce the alpha value of the trail's end to 0. Create realistic fading effect, reduce the alpha value of the trail to black. Control this through our script. Set the color of both ends of the trail to black. To add a realistic fading effect, reduce the alpha value of the trail's end to 0. To add a realistic fading effect.
I didn't see the alpha. Like, I don't see an alpha channel. It should be there, right?
Reduce the alpha value of the trail's end to 0, creating a
Oh, that's where it is. Okay, I see it now. Come down to here we go, and we can. Here we go.
transparent look as the skid mark extends. Under materials, opt for the default line material or Choose one that suits your game's aesthetic.
There's a materials. There it is. Default. Oh, sorry. We've got line. This one, right?
Better. Next, attach a particle system for skid smokes. First,
Fucking learning all kinds of stuff today. Particle system.
adjust the basic settings, set the duration to 1,
Duration to 1.
start lifetime to 1 for brief smoke puffs, and a start speed of 0, since the smoke shouldn't move initially. The start rotation can be 50 degrees to add some variety.
These feel really small. Wait, let's see that. Start rotation. 50? Oh, okay.
And a gravity modifier of -0.1 to make the
Gravity modifier of -0.1.
smoke rise slightly. Set the simulation space to world and scaling mode to shape, ensuring the smoke behaves consistently in the game world. Also, make sure Play on Awake is unticked and the culling mode is set to always simulate for continuous effect visibility.
Where's calling mode? Calling.
For the emission settings, change the rate
It's like one of the calling mode to always simulating.
over lifetime to 0 to stop. For the emission settings, change the rate over lifetime to 0 to stop constant emission and add a
Wait, what is it? Said emissions to 0.
burst setting the count to 10 for to 0 to stop constant emission and add a burst setting the count to 10
Okay, so why aren't you allowing me to do this then? You know, allow me to have a burst? Is this bugged? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, there we go.
for intermittent puffs of smoke with cycles set to infinite for continuous action. In the shape settings, adjust to a sphere shape with a radius of 0.1 for concentrated smoke. Set radius thickness to 0 for full density from the center and randomize direction to 1 for a natural dispersal. Activate velocity over lifetime, opting for random between 2 constants for the speed modifier.
Velocity over lifetime, and then it's speed modifier?
Over lifetime, opting for random between 2 constants for the speed
Random between 2 constants.
modifier and choose values between 1 and 1.25 to give the smoke dynamic movement. Also, enable limit velocity over lifetime. Set the speed to 8. Then set it to curve and a dampen
Curve.
of 0.2 to slightly slow down the particles over time. Make sure multiply by size and multiply by velocity are unticked for consistent speed. Then, under renderer settings, switch the
Render settings.
render mode to mesh and use a low poly mesh model as the particle, creating a visual for the smoke. Assign a
Well, fuck me. I have to bring in a fucking a mesh. You know what? For now, this is fine.
smoke-like material to give it the right appearance. Set the render alignment.
Wait. I don't think I have a smoke. I don't have a smoke or anything like that. God damn it. I have an idea though. You may like the episode. Okay, wait. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about it. About Obsidian. I just I don't know if I don't know if it's something I want to use right now. Do-do-do. I think I've got something here that that is going to give me what I want. I like to think about, so there's some things that I really like to think about before really jumping into just be just to buy, right, or like download and install. I think this one has full details. Yeah, this one has what I need. To do open in Unity. It's like Rem giving me shit for not having Pure Force installed, and it's just like, yeah, but like I kind of don't need it. Right? Like it's not the most useful app ever. Like it's super useful for artists because like you're always looking at like references and stuff like that as an artist. But like I'm not. So it's just not that useful. It's still a good app, but like it's not as useful for me as it is for a lot of like artists. So would it be under materials? Uh, what type of material is this? This is But I also do. Oh wow, it did not convert these. Cool, 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 cool. Huh. They don't have trails? Give me a second here. Let's go to scenes. Demo. Okay, so the smoke does work very well. I actually quite like their smoke. Their skid smoke there? That's actually really nice. Um Okay, so we take this car. We have 0 engine sound on this though. Sphere material? Wait, what? What? Oh, wow. They're here. Where did I go wrong here? It's coming along. Trying to figure out how I got this here. How I get this to change. There it is. Mhm. I'll show you I'll show you the truck. It's beautiful. Mm. It's slow going, but it's working. It's working, and that's the important thing. I think at this point we need to turn this back on. There we go. This is in the render.
Alignment to local to keep the particle material mesh under rental as the particle, creating a visual for the smoke. Assign a smoke-like material to give it the right appearance. Set the render alignment to local to keep
The render alignment.
the particles oriented correctly relative to their source, and then activate size over lifetime and create a curve.
Size over lifetime size.
Like this one to increase the size over its lifetime.
Something like that, yeah.
And lastly, copy this component and paste its properties to the other one. Then drag and drop.
Okay, so then copy this component, right? Copy component. And then paste component.
Drop these two in skid marks array and skid
Okay, and then we go to here. And then we've got
smokes array. And let's see how they're working.
okay, let's see how they work. Let's see if they work correctly. What? Come on, you can do it. There we go. Ooh, right? Dope. It's fucking great, right? Huh.
And it's looking really good. To add sound effects to the car controller, under the references header in the script, create two audio source variables. One named engine sound for the car's
We're not going to
engine
do that.
sound, and another named skid sound for the sound of tires skidding. Next, introduce a new header named audio. Under this section, define two floats for controlling the pitch of the engine sound. The min pitch ranging from 0 to 1, and you can initially set it to 1. The max pitch ranging from 1 to 5 with an initial value of 5. These variables will allow you to simulate the change in engine pitch based on the car's speed. Now create a new region named Audio. In this, create a function named Engine Sound. Within this function, use mathf.lerp to interpolate the engine sound pitch between min pitch and max pitch.
I think the rest of this is just sound stuff, yeah. We don't actually care about his sound stuff because we're not going to be able to use it anyways.
Hey everyone, you're watching AshDev. Welcome to the bonus part of our arcade car controller series. Well, we remember mentioning with part 4 that we will be completing this series, but later we found that there are a few improvements we need to do with the car controller, so here we are with a bonus episode for you. First thing, in the turning function of the car controller script, while passing the car velocity ratio as an argument into the turning curve, pass the absolute value of it because the turning curve doesn't goes up to the negative side, so it returns 0 for all its negative values, and as a result it doesn't turn while going backwards. Now, after correction, the car is turning while going back. While passing the car velocity ratio as an argument into the turning curve, pass the absolute value of it because the turning curve doesn't goes up to the negative side.
I was kind of wondering what was going on there. I totally did notice that you can't turn while going backwards. Turn, steering. Which quick search? That one? Like what? Like this? Uh, forward slash. It's probably not going to work in your rider though. Huh. Yeah. You want probably control F, I think. Keep in mind that mine, like, watch this. Okay, so steering jumps to that, right? And then I can jump to all of them. But watch this. Jumps to it only jumped it's case sensitive. So like it does have its drawbacks. I think you can make it case insensitive. Oh, okay. Never really looked into it. See. Yeah, there we go. This is default if you have Vim installed. If you use Vim, / is default. And then I'm using N to go to the next one. And then what's search back? Oh, capital N. There we go, up and then down. Good question. It's whatever the one that they made. So give me a second here. Plugins. This one. Vim. I think Vim Motions is one, but I just use the one that JetBrains made. Motions. No. Because like motions does come up. Oh wait, no. Motions. Vim motions. Vim. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, that it's probably that. Yeah, because I've heard of it. I've just I use that one when I use VS Code because I struggle if I don't have Vim bindings. I got on that hard struggle bus. All right, let's fix some of this stuff real quick here. The smoke's a bit too much.
side, so it returns 0 for all its negative values, and as a result, it doesn't turn while going backwards. Now, after correction, the car is turning while going back. Next correction is also in the script itself.
I get the inkling to learn Vim, then I'm like, but do it? Do I? I had the inkling to learn Vim, and I was like, yes, I will.
In deceleration function, replace
I have been using Vim. I used Vim to program when I was building my first program. Like when I first started programming, I was already using Vim. So I have never programmed. I've not really done any programming outside without Vim. So I've always just used Vim. So some level of Vim bindings, right? Like I'm not a Vim power user by any stretch. I'm not even like an intermediate Vim user, to be honest. I'm like a very base level Vim user. But like I it is so hard to program without Vim for me because there's never been a time in my life when I've not had Vim when I'm programming. So I'm just like I can't not have it. Yeah.
move input with car velocity ratio. So by doing that, the car will also decelerate when the player isn't giving any input and comes to rest.
So this is handle brake. Handle brake. Yeah, here. Oh, wait. No, I wanted deceleration. Add relative force. No, deceleration is deceleration times math f dot abs current local velocity. Oh, current truck velocity ratio times to do forward. And then we want force mode to be acceleration.
Next thing needs to be done is to keep the car's velocity less than the max speed. So in acceleration function, check if the current car local velocity's z component is less than max velocity, and only then accelerate.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Deceleration. There we go. There's a reason why I don't care too much about certain parts of this the tutorial, and it comes down to that it largely doesn't matter because those parts of the tutorial don't matter because I'm not really actually going to be using it. Am I turning? Why am I turning right? steering is at 0, right? Clear. But I'm still steering. Interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a problem.
The car so that the car won't get further accelerated above the max velocity. The next fix is in the skid smoke particle system. Under the emission settings, we used burst because we thought it would be a better option, but came out not to be so. Remove the burst and set the emission over time to
Here he said burst.
particle system. And only then accelerate the car so that the car won't get further accelerated above the max velocity. The next fix is in the skid smoke particle system. Under the emission settings, we used burst because we thought it would be a better option, but came out not to be so. Remove the burst and set the emission over time to 10. And rate over distance also needs to be set to 10. Now, get back to the script. Under visual section in VFX function, add one more condition check, checking if the car is driving forward only by checking if the car velocity ratio is greater than 0. Now that we've
I don't care about that right now. I forgot to copy. Let's get this party started. That's way better. That's actually way better. I wonder if that's something he did or something I did. Like, is it a
finished
mistake?
making corrections, it's time to implement the braking mechanism. To do this, we'll introduce two new float variables, braking deceleration and braking drag coefficient. Set braking deceleration to 100, which is higher than the standard deceleration rate, to ensure the car stops.
One sec. I'll come back to that.
Deceleration value. Otherwise, continue to use the normal deceleration rate. Apply a similar logic in the sideways drag function. Use the braking drag coefficient when the brake is applied, and the normal drag coefficient otherwise. These values can be adjusted in the Unity inspector to fine-tune. Use the braking drag coefficient when the brake is applied, and the normal drag coefficient otherwise. These values can be adjusted in the Unity inspector to fine-tune the car's braking behavior. With these adjustments, your car will now have a functional brake system, and that concludes this part. So the car controller now is pretty much complete. Have fun, and share the projects you made using this car controller on our Discord server. Goodbye.
I gotta figure out why am I steering when I'm not supposed to be handle steering. I have a feeling it's this though. I bet you it's that. It's this. Oh, and no, not greater than, not equal to 0. Why the fuck is YouTube pushing politics onto my fucking feed? I like look over and I see a photo of fucking politics shit, and I'm just like, the fuck is politics doing on this account? That should not ever happen. This. I've never looked at or requested anything political on this fucking account. Fucking dumb. I do know I have a whack-a-mole that shit all the time. Have to whack-a-mole that shit all the time. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like why is YouTube so eager to fucking push politics? It's like what if no? Like have you considered no? Here we go. Let's see. We're still The only thing I can think of is that it's a like the axes are all in the same spot, right? So if I go here and here, these are just completely opposite of each other. Here and here is completely opposite. Yeah, everything's the same. So it's not that, right? It shouldn't be. The only thing I can think of is that my center of mass is off. Like it's not in the center, but it should be. I mirrored this down the center. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try something. Right, we're just gonna do this and this and see if this fixes it. This should disable steering altogether. Okay, so I have no steering anymore. Like I can't steer. I think it's my axles. I think my axles are drifting. No, they're not. But like, why are those positions are bad, right? That's local. So this is in the suspension. Maybe. I just mean the number you see on a child is local. Yeah. So I'm trying to think. Well, what it could be. Do. Do. Dot position. Mhm. What if I draw a debug sphere? Right. That's not an option. Why is this Why is this like what's causing this, I wonder? I want to say that it's probably maybe movement is the problem. Acceleration times valued. Rigid, sorry, truck RB dot world center of mass. This shouldn't be a problem. Oh. I'm almost thinking it's time it's damn near time to go get some food. Why are those drifting? Why are you drifting? As I drive faster, those drift further and further to the to the right. Yeah. Yeah, the lines should be the lines are updated whenever the suspension is triggered. Because it happens inside of the suspension function. We could just do an on update. Could be that, but I like it's weird because it means it means that the start position is changing and drifting to the right, but what's causing it to drift to the right? Or you think that it's like an after image, but like if it was an after image, then shouldn't it stay the same? Like the faster I go, it shouldn't drift me to the right. Yeah, no, it's definitely it's it's like actually so much worse now. Holy, it's so bad. It's so bad. You go so much faster with this. Yeah, no, I'm definitely changing that back, but that's still hilarious. Like just how crazy this is. But yeah, no, I've affected. Yeah, no, I'm still drifting to the like it's still taking me to the wrong side. Maybe more the draw lines in update. Maybe move the draw lines in update. Yeah, but that doesn't tell me what the problem is because like it's still happening in update. Like it's happening in update, but like um sorry, it's happening in update, but it it it, it happens in update or fixed update. It doesn't matter, right? Like it's still moving. So effectively like they slowly move. It's just that, you know, we can't see it yeah. It was just to keep the legging lines fixed was all. No, I know, but like it's almost I think it's almost better to have them be fucked because you can see it happening more. It's more pronounced, right? In if it's doing it in fixed update. Yeah. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna see if this is it. Just sorry. I'm disconnecting my controller and we're gonna hit play. We're gonna use my keyboard. And we're dealing with ones and zeros. We should only be turning, like we shouldn't turn right. Because right is a zero right now. Yeah. Okay. So that's a problem. But it's a problem I don't want to fix right this moment because I want to go get lunch. So I'll be right back. Okay. I'm going to go through all the code and figure out why are we driving in circles. Right after a message from our sponsor. Food made at home. It's not a lot of food right now, but I'm probably gonna go grab A&W later. I think this is the most like one that I would want, but hmm. Hey, look, it's a Japanese car. Unity Mm. Serialize objects? Serializable object? Is it this is this one, right? No, no one. It's scriptable object.
Better data with scriptable objects. In Unity, we primarily work with model behaviors to author gameplay logic and store data. While model
This sounds like AI.
behaviors are powerful, they're specifically bound to a scene. While there are potential ways to ensure that a model behavior stays persistent in Unity without being bound to a specific scene, they require some setup and are strictly bound to play mode. As an alternative, Unity provides project-bound assets which will stay persistent within your project, called scriptable objects. Scriptable object versus mono behavior. Let's first take a look at the structure of a scriptable object and compare it to the structure of a mono behavior. In a typical mono behavior, we have many message callback functions available, such as awake, on enable, start, update, on disable. Scriptable objects have fewer message callback functions available. You will only get awake, on enable, on disable, and on destroy message callbacks. This is important, as by design, scriptable objects are not bound directly to the player loop and can be treated as plain old objects with methods available to be called. While mono behaviors can be attached as a component to game objects, scriptable objects are not. Instead, they're created as project asset files, typically through a custom editor script or with a create asset menu attribute. Scriptable objects can be referenced in mono behaviors to access the available data and methods. To create a scriptable object instance in your project, you can use the create asset menu attribute. This will create a menu entry in your assets/create submenu when you right-click in your project view. Scriptable objects as a data container. In the Unity Royal project sample, we make use of scriptable objects to provide authourable decks that we can provide to both the player and the AI. If we look at the deck data script, we can see how it simply stores card data, which is dynamically loaded on runtime. Like any other class in C#, we can provide methods which help process stored data, such as incrementing the index of the current card when we want to draw a card. This is an example of making use of a scriptable object.
Man, it's 4 years old. He just has an AI voice.
As a data container. While it is entirely possible to store this data in a mono behavior, let's think of the memory impact of using this approach. Mono behaviors always live on a game object, so by design, they're bound to an instance of a game object. If we store all the data in a mono behavior attached to a prefab game object, and we instantiate the prefab to retrieve the data, then each instance will have a full copy of all the data. This includes the game object and the transform component, which can become very wasteful and impact our memory performance if we are only interested in accessing a specific piece of data. If the data does not belong to an instance, but is more shared amongst game objects like our card data, by design, it is easier to store this data as a scriptable object. This is because when mono behaviors reference scriptable objects, they simply store the reference that points to the scriptable object, and not a full copy of the scriptable object. Scriptable objects as enum states. We can also use scriptable objects to author extended enum states. All unit spawns such as the warrior, mage, and archer stats are defined by a scriptable object type called placeable data. These stats define the rules for searching out the next available target to attack and how the unit can attack. For example, is our unit interested in attacking only the building type, both, or is it just a still unit which defends our castle? We can define these rules in our scriptable object. Runtime data editing. One of the benefits of using scriptable objects as an extended enum state is that we can provide runtime data editing while in play mode in our inspector. When manipulating data on a mono behavior in play mode, we often have to remember what changed, exit play mode, and then make those changes again in the inspector. With scriptable objects, you can author the data during play mode and have the edited data saved after you exit play mode. This is because scriptable objects are not bound to a scene's runtime, as they exist on a project basis in the assets folder. For example, if we wanted to edit our archer's range during play mode, we can locate the archer scriptable object, tweak our attack range, and play our archer card. The data defined in the archer scriptable object will be copied over to the archer unit game object, which will include our tweaked value. If we're happy with the value we defined, we can exit play mode and inspect the values again and see that the value we tweaked during play mode still exists in the scriptable object. Scriptable objects are powerful tools in Unity that allow us to create unique systems architecture and custom authoring workflows. We highly recommend following the links in the description to learn more about the many use cases of scriptable objects. Thanks for watching.
That's good to know. Excuse me. Today is a Dorito-y day. so there's the gizmo thing, right? But this doesn't work on... Hmm. See. Unity. Game object drifting away from parent. Mm, you know what? I bet it's that. Let's try this. Hmm. Weird. Okay, so what if I move these out into just here? Where's the physics debugger? There it is. Hmm.
Hi everybody, welcome back. In this video we're going to keep on talking about the analyst tab over here. So let's just get started. I already talked about the input debugger in the previous video, so check that out if you want to know about that. Also talked about AI navigation. So we're just going to get started in the I am GUI debugger, and let's just put it right here. Let's open this up a little bit. Now with this we could select one of, and then there's 4 sphere colliders, whatever you need to, and you
Hmm. 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 Okay, so we're going to go back and add this so we can actually steer things. Mm. We're going to get rid of update visuals. Mm. 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 Mhm. Given 4 points. Find the center. 0.1. Yeah, no, that's it. Okay, so this is correct. But I think the axle point is moving. I wonder if it's the struct. Like I wonder if we need the axle points to be here instead of here. Just out of energy to work. Oof, I know what you mean. Look at this. Ugh. I am not steering right now. I'm just holding forwards. But yeah, it is actually good progress, but like it's like actually a problem though. Yeah. So if I grab my controller and just hold one thing, here we go. Now I double checked to make sure that it wasn't just my controller, so I disconnected this controller to make sure. And it still happens. uh yeah. The struct is holding a reference to the object and those don't change, so I doubt it's the struct. I doubt it's the struct too. But like the issue is that like I don't know why it's drifting. But it is drifting. It's very obvious that it's drifting, right? Because like even I don't know. I honestly don't know right now. I think I might call it for now and go figure out just take a break. I got to start on the next devlog anyways. All right, you too. Thanks for swinging by again, Don. I hope your day gets better. Might be worth it to go have a nap. Yeah, I will. All right, take care. All right, I will catch you all later. Ta-ta for now.